somewhere in the Sahara desert. I'm not sure where. It's dark and I'm looking for snakes. It's too dangerous. I still have not found my tent. Bon appetit. Why won't you rain? So I'm running low on water. I can still fix this. As for where I am, I'm not exactly sure, but you know, it's a little hot for heaven. Bonjour.
Temple l'arrivée du commissaire.
Temple l'arrivée.
Patiente un peu. Regardez, jamais les commissaire.
Commissaire.
Je vais arriver tout de suite. Tu attends un peu.
Well, let's go. What back?
Oui, tu laisses là-bas.
Je vais for a petit manger. Oui. There's an animal nearby. If I can follow it, I can find food. Hi, so I'm just outside Tantan in southern Morocco, about to embark on the adventure of cycling across the Sahara Desert. There we go. I made it. Okay. There we go. If I'm not mistaken, that is the Algerian border. That's not a place I want to be. Okay, from here. From here, my camp is just there. The fastest way to get there is getting close to sundown. My way out is over there. The fastest way is to avoid going up and down the sand dunes. Just go along the top or along the bottom. Okay. sand is just crumbling. Definitely some copyrighted music playing here, so just removing the sound. It was Thong Song by Siska. As I very carefully finger some beef patty. This is a slow one. Yeah. The sand is generally too soft to take off the head. So a bit of wood goes a long way. Oh. Mm. Euro.
Oh god. Oh.
Okay, we're somewhere in the Sahara desert. I'm not sure where. It's pretty windy and hot out here right now. But if I can get to those sand dunes, the tallest ones in my sight, I know I can find my way back. There are bigger sand dunes, but I'd die before I make it there. So I'm running low on water. Over there we have Algeria, not a place I want to be. There we go. I made it. Okay. There we go. If I'm not mistaken, that is the Algerian border. That's not a place I want to be. Okay, from here, my camp is just there. The fastest way to get there is getting close to sundown. My way out is over there. The fastest way is to avoid going up and down the sand dunes. Just go along the top or along the bottom. Tan. Okay, so they're just fixing my bike around the corner. This is the second time in 2 days that they're fixing it. It's not good. It's eating hours out of my cycling day. I've got maybe an hour left to cycle tonight before it gets dark. I need to up my mileage, but hopefully they say they can fix it, they can weld it shut. Hopefully it works. Yeah. Oh, that does not sound good. That does not sound good. That does not sound good. Oh god, that is definitely a puncture. That's my third puncture. I've never changed the wheel on a road bike. I've only ever done it on basic mountain bikes or a bike when I was a kid. So hopefully it works. Turn there. There you go. Okay, so the plan here, I don't plan on ever fixing the tire in the tube itself. Okay, so the plan here, I don't plan on fixing it in the tube myself. The plan is to replace the inner tube with a fresh new one. Cut the old inner tube into half. So just cut it so it's one layer thick. And then put this inside the wheel right there. And that should hopefully protect me from any future punctures. So right now I'm putting in the old tube as a protector for the new one. Make sure the new tube is clean of any potential damaging particles. You do not want a puncture to happen within the tyre, as that is easily avoided. Easy enough. It goes in. Okay, so it's my third day of cycling today. It's gone a lot better than it has the past 2 days. I feel, you know, the first 2 days I didn't eat enough food, I didn't drink enough water. Luckily, I waved my arm in the air on the road with a bottle of water, and the first van that passed pulled over, gave me food, gave me some bread, dairy, and some water, which made my day. A lot of my equipment's starting to go wrong. My tent, the poles are starting to break, which means I'm having to duct tape them together. I'm also getting very sunburnt at the moment. As you can see, I'm now not wearing a t-shirt, I'm wearing a shirt. I'll show you my sunburn. Okay. So that's my normal skin colour, and that's my sunburn. It's not too bad when it's in the sun, but even when you go to, it's not too bad when you're in the sun, but even when you go to bed, it's still burning. I slept on a cliff last night. It was very cold. I had some rock to keep to shot. I slept in a cliff. I slept in a cave on a cliff last night. Just my sleeping bag. It was very cold. I had a rock to like shield me from the wind coming from the sea, but still I was very cold. It wasn't too enjoyable, but it was very picturesque. Today I've been riding the whole day with my back tyre. I think it has another puncture. I think it may be a slow puncture, which isn't so bad, but still it slowed me down. But now that I've decided that I need to eat more food, drink more water, it means I can cycle a lot faster on the road. It's also about, it's not enough to want to get from A to B anymore. When you just want to get from A to B, you just cycle at a regular leisurely pace. You have to get yourself in the zone. You have to like want to get, you just imagine your friends being in the location where you're trying to get to, how many miles or kilometers away it is, and you just imagine that and you cycle faster. You think about the sacrifices that World War II soldiers made, and you think about the sacrifice that World War II soldiers made, and it just inspires you to go that bit faster. Broken, 6 punches in about 2 days. I'm just getting a lift to the nearest town. I'm gonna have to buy a new bike, I think. So there is to do. Hello. So right now I'm outside Tantan in Morocco, about to embark on my adventure to cycle across the Sahara Desert. Yeah, this is the bike I've got. It's a road bike. It's not the bike I originally wanted. I wanted a mountain bike so I can go off-road much easier. But this is what I've got. It's not about cycling from A to B. It's about cycling. I can't. Okay, so I'm just outside Tantan in Morocco. I'm just outside Tantan in southern Morocco. I don't fucking do it. Okay, so just outside Tantan in southern Morocco. About to embark on an adventure cycling across the Sahara Desert. This is the bike I've got. It's a road bike, it's not a mountain bike which I wanted, but it's the only bike that I had there left. And I had to buy it as quick as I could because I wanted to get moving. Okay, so this adventure isn't about going from A to B. It's not about how many miles I do. It's about getting the feeling, it's about getting the experience. distance doesn't matter. It's about, life's not about if you remember it, it's about if you felt it. So now all that's left to do is load up my bike and get going. So, peace. Okay, so I'm just outside Tantan in southern Morocco. I just got on my bike yesterday. No. I'm just outside Tantan in southern Morocco, about to embark on an adventure of cycling across the Sahara Desert. It's the bike I just bought last night. It is a road bike. As you can see, it's not a mountain bike like which I wanted originally, because I wanted to be able to go more off-road, but this would have to do for right now. This whole adventure isn't about cycling from A to B. It's not about how many miles I do. It's about getting that feeling of being lost in the desert, of being lost in a world you don't fully understand. You know, life's not about remembering it. Life's about... Alright, so I'm just outside Tantan in southern Morocco, about to embark on the adventure of cycling across the Sahara Desert. This is the bike I've got. It is a road bike. It is not the mountain bike which I originally wanted, because I wanted to be able to go off-road and much more easier. But this is the only bike that I had left, which I could fix in time for me. So this whole adventure isn't about cycling from A to B. It's not about how many miles I do per day. It's about embracing the feeling you get of being lost in the world. You know, life's not about... Hi. So I'm just outside Tantan in southern Morocco, about to embark on the adventure of cycling across the Sahara Desert. This is the bike I've got. It's a road bike. It's not a mountain bike which I wanted originally, because I wanted to be able to go off-road much easier, but this would have to do, as it is the only bike they had in half good condition at the time. This adventure isn't about going from A to B. It's not about how many miles I can do per day. It's about embracing the feeling of being lost in the world by yourself with just your backpack on, listening to your music and just living life. You know, the important thing about life is not about remembering it, it's about feeling it in the first place. Peace. So I'm just outside Tantan in southern Morocco, about to embark on the adventure of cycling across the Sahara Desert. This is the bike I've got at the moment, just bought it last night. Unfortunately it's a road bike, not the mountain bike which I was looking for, but it's the only one I had in half good condition, so it would have to do. This adventure isn't about cycling from A to B. It's not about how many miles you do. It's about embracing the feeling of being lost in the world. Listen to your music, you got your backpack on, you're by yourself. You're depending on only yourself. You know, I guess in life, it's not important if you don't remember it at the end. It only matters that you felt it. Peace. In southern Morocco, about to embark on the adventure of cycling across the Sahara Desert. Je ne parle pas français, je suis anglais. Un vélo pour tout? Un vélo, oui. Je suis going to airport to London. So, you're there. For you. Oui. Oui. Pardon? Un vélo for you. For two. Yeah, oui. Au revoir. Oh, there we go. There we go. Got ourselves a little lizard. They are very quick and agile, so just let it get into the can and go. More desert. Small desert. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice. animal nearby. I can follow it. And there's an animal nearby. If I can follow it, I can find food. There's an animal nearby. There's an animal nearby. If I can follow it, I can find food. Okay, so I've got a lizard cornered, but I don't have my knife on me. If I leave this spot to get my knife, the lizard will most likely be gone and I won't find it again. The only cutting tool I have on me is my teeth, so I'll have to bite off the head. Oh, it's got claws out. That'll be food for tonight. So this is a tour of the inside of my tent. The wind really does blow it, so it's really compact, and there's a ton of sand and just mess everywhere, and that's my roof. Yeah. You got my we on. There it is. I'm king of the world! The world! Ow, ow, ow! Ow, ow, ow! Yeah! This is my world! This is my world! Yeah, boy! Yeah, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do about this? Yeah, boy. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Yeah, boy. Yes, this is my world. Come take it from me. The wind in your face. It's like living in a Monet. It's like living in a painting. Okay, so in the desert still, looking for some food to eat at the moment. I've just found and eaten a lizard. It's getting close to the midday sun. It is the midday sun and it's extremely hot. So to cool down, I want to use my only available bodily fluid. Okay, so I'm trying to find some food at the moment. Just found a lizard and just ate it. It's getting very close to the midday sun, maybe a few minutes from exactly 12 in the afternoon. I need to stay cool. It's unbelievably hot even with the wind. So I'm going to use my only viable bodily fluids, which I don't even have much of at the moment. I'm going to urinate on my shirt. There we go. It's not a lot, but I'm hoping the liquid will draw body heat away from my body much more efficiently than without water. And I'll just keep the shirt open just to allow for circulation. Now let's go find myself a lizard. fatigue, just oui.
Les conditions.
Voilà. Condition. It's been
Tu partais de Nouakchott ou bien Sénégal?
no, Nouakchott and then Bouta limit. Yeah, Nouakchott.
Partie de Nouakchott.
Yeah, we party in Nouakchott to Casablanca by Aero, and then Morocco.
Maroc.
Yeah, we, and then
Avion.
to London. Yeah, avion.
À partir, dernière position, c'est Nouakchott.
Dernière version.
C'est fin d'émission. Dans Nouakchott.
Yeah, Nouakchott down, but like Bouta limit, Nouakchott, and then party, yeah, and avion. Oui.
Casablanca.
Casablanca. What's it? Okay, so I'm in Mauritania at the moment. It's incredibly hot. I've been in my tent all day. That loud crackling noise you can hear right now is a foil blanket, which I'm using to keep the heat off my body. I can't attach it to the outside of my tent because it will just blow away in the wind. The wind is extremely hot. It's like being in an oven. God. I can barely even remember what it was like to be hydrated, to be wet, to be clean, or to be cold. And the memory that keeps going around my head is that, you know, when you're a kid and there's a paddling pool and it's warm during the day, and as the day goes on you find grass in it because you've been playing about in the grass, stepping back into it, and then by the evening it's cold and it's chilly. You know, you can eat a nice dolly, you can drink a cold Coke and it's okay. It's the memory, just the memory of just a summer in Cheshunt when you're a kid. It keeps you going. You gotta just take this, pretend it's just a warm summer in Cheshunt. That's it. So I'm in Mauritania at the moment. It's incredibly hot. I can't even remember what it's like to feel cold. You know, to feel hydrated, to be clean, just to be wet. You know, it's midday, being in my tent all day. I don't want to leave my tent. I'm running low on water. I'm gonna have to get cycling later tonight when the sun goes down. You know, you just gotta. I've never experienced heat this hot. You know, I'm under like a foil blanket at the moment. It's the other thing that's keeping the sun off me. I don't know how effective it is right now. Right, this heat, this hot. You just have to interpret it as, you know, it's just nothing more than just a hot summer when you're a kid. You know, when you got that paddling pool, that's that memory. Just a paddling pool. and it's warm during the day, you're eating ice lollies, you're drinking cold cokes, you're eating ice cream, and as the day goes on, you find grass in the paddling pool because you've been stepping in and out of it. And by the evening it's more chill, you know. As for where I am right now, I'm not exactly sure, but I just know it's a bit too hot for heaven.
This
sake. like c'est bon. C'est bon. The stomach is
C'est bon.
yes.
On vient là
For
les médecins.
no, c'est bon. I just need to sleep.
On vient les médecins avec les médecins.
Pardon. So
Les médecins, il faut regarder devant.
yeah, I'll see. C'est bon. C'est bon, oui. I'm done. Hospital. Bonjour.
T'as un peu l'arrivée du commissaire.
Temple of
Patiente un peu. Regarde, tu as déjà mis les portes. Commissaire.
Commissaire.
Je vais venir tout de suite. Tu attends un peu.
Well, let's go. What back?
Vite, il laisse là-bas.
Je vais faire un petit manger.
Tu as sorti de manger.
Oui. Come on. Come on. Come on, almost there. Oh god. Oh. Listen to the sound of the environment. There's mosquitoes everywhere. They're somehow getting inside my tent. By a snake. I've tried to suck out the venom, but it's not working. It's not. Oh god, come on. I have been looking for snakes at night. I've deemed it now unsafe. I've lost my tent. It's been about maybe just under an hour, maybe just over an hour, I don't know. I still have not found my tent. I'm getting kinda scared right now, because there could be a snake under the sand waiting to pounce. I need my tent. This is a bad idea. This is a very bad idea. I'm looking for footsteps, not anything I recognise. Luckily the moon is out, so I can see a bit.
The best thing about reptiles is that because they're cold-blooded, you can actually eat them raw, because they don't contain all the bacterial infections which can harm you as much as warm-blooded animals do. But they do still possibly contain parasites which can make you very ill. So, bon appetit. So I'm just letting them fix my bike around the corner. I'm just near the coast of the Sahara. This is the second time in 2 days that they've had to fix my bike. It's not good. It's really grating on me because it's taking away hours that I could be cycling. I haven't done enough miles today. Did about 15 miles today, which is not enough. Though that was with one pedal, which is understandable, but I need to be hitting 50 per day minimum. That's it. And for your frame of reference, 300 kilometers is about between New York and about a town 300 kilometers away. Lost yesterday. The pedal on my bike unfortunately broke. I could either hit a lift back 80 kilometers back to Dakar to the nearest mechanic, or I could cycle with just one pedal and go towards the south, towards Mauritania, to where the next nearest mechanic is. I made the decision to just head south. Fortunately,
The gods, the old and the new, have given me plenty of wind as to aid my journey. An old friend of mine recently said, never go back on yourself. And I hope damn God is right. Okay, so part of what I've been trying to do in the Sahara is to find certain creatures. I've already seen lizards, I've seen scorpions, but I still haven't seen a snake. So I travelled around the country to places where I thought there'd be more snakes, so there's a bit more inland, in Al Sadd and Mced. At both times I have been stopped by the military, as it's a military controlled area, and I've been told to leave by sundown both times. That was my lowest point, because it's my dream to find a snake. I want to see a snake, but I was kicked out. They both said as well, for me to find a snake I'd have to get a car and drive out to middle of nowhere, and even then it's going to be difficult. Just don't tell me what I can't do. Yeah, I can still fix this, there's still time, I can still find a snake. But I find myself taking more risks in looking for a snake now. I don't look where I put my hands. I pick up rocks, I don't look about where I'm putting my hands. A snake could be under there, or a scorpion, it could bite me, dead. You know? Hope is what's gonna get you killed out here at the end of the day, because you're by yourself, you're hoping that you find a snake and you're just making risks. You gotta sometimes accept maybe there's no hope. It's tiny at the moment, it's incredibly hot. I can't even remember what it's like to feel cold, you know, to feel hydrated, to be clean, just to be wet. You know, it's midday, being in my tent all day, I don't want to leave my tent. I'm running low on water. I'm gonna have to get cycling later tonight when the sun goes down. Yeah, you just gotta, I've never experienced heat this hot. You know, I'm under like a foil blanket at the moment. It's the only thing that's keeping the sun off me. I don't know how effective it is right now. Right. About to embark on an adventure of cycling across the Sahara Desert. Road bike. It's not the bike I originally wanted. I wanted a mountain bike so I can go off-road, much easier. But this is what I've got. This adventure isn't about going from A to B. It's not about how many miles I can do per day. It's about embracing the feeling of being lost in the world by yourself with just your backpack on, listening to your music and just living life. You know, the important thing about life is not about remembering it, it's about feeling it in the first place. Peace. You got your backpack on, you're by yourself, you're depending on only yourself. You know, I guess in life, it's not important if you don't remember it at the end. It only matters that you felt it. Peace. It's not too bad when you're in the sun, but even when you go to bed, it's still burning. I slept on a cliff last night. It was very cold. I had some rock to keep to shot. I slept in a cliff. I slept in a cave on a cliff last night. Just in my sleeping bag. It was very cold. I had a rock to like shield me from the wind coming from the sea, but still I was very cold. It wasn't too enjoyable, but it was very picturesque. Today I've been riding the whole day with my back tyre. I think it has another puncture. I think it may be a slow puncture, which isn't so bad, but still it slowed me down. But now that I've decided that I need to eat more food, drink more water, it means I can cycle a lot faster on the road. It's also about, it's not enough to want to get from A to B anymore. It's my third day of cycling today. It's gone a lot better than it has the past 2 days. I feel, you know, the first 2 days I didn't eat enough food, I didn't drink enough water. Luckily,
I waved my arm in the air on the road with a bottle of water, and the first van that passed pulled over, gave me food, gave me some bread, dairy, and some water, which made my day. A lot of my equipment's starting to go wrong. My tent, the poles are starting to break, which means I'm having to duct tape them together. I'm also getting very sunburnt at the moment. As you can see, I'm now not wearing a t-shirt, I'm wearing a shirt. I'll show you my sunburn. Okay, so I got into Mauritania last night. It was quite easy getting over the border without any issues. Unfortunately, looking at my route, we've got another 470 kilometres with a bike with still just one pedal. So that's not too good. The sun in Mauritania is much hotter. It's burning me right now. Luckily there's wind keeping me cool, so as long as I keep moving I should be okay. But now that I've passed over my final diplomatic hurdle, the rest of this trip should hopefully be plain sailing, as long as I don't do anything stupid. So, peace. Okay, I'm somewhere in the Sahara desert. I'm not sure where. It's pretty windy and hot out here right now. But if I can get to those sand dunes, the tallest ones in my sight, I know I can find my way back. I've just made a colossal mistake folding away my tent. The midday sun is about 30 minutes from arriving. The heat is intense. I need shelter. I'm gonna have to make my tent again. That's energy, that's water wasted. I can't make this mistake again.
Well, it's not a lot, but it'll have to do. Oh, come on, get off me. It's not much, but enough to do. ça va, oui. Et la fatigue, just. Oui, oui.
Les conditions.
Pardon? Condition,
Bon,
it's been.
tu partais de Nouakchott ou bien Sénégal?
No, Nouakchott and then Bouta limit. Yeah, Nouakchott.
Partie de Nouakchott.
Yeah, we. Party in Nouakchott to Casablanca by Aero. And then Morocco. Morocco.
Maroc.
Yeah, we. And then
Avion.
to London. Yeah, avion.
À partir, dernière position, c'est Nouakchott.
Dernière version.
C'est une démission. Dans Nouakchott.
We, yeah, Nouakchott down, but like Bouta limit, Nouakchott. And then party, yeah, and avion. We.
Casablanca.
Yeah, Casablanca. We're on it.
Quoi comme ça?
See it there. Voilà. No hospital. No hospital. No hospital. No hospital. I'll just go find somewhere to sleep. To sleep. No, just I'm camping to sleep. I've got in Velo. I've got a backup to.
بعدها مشكلة دار عشر لأن احنا ركبتوا لا عن التلفون هذا عن الدكتور يشوفوا اللي ما عنده مشكلة هو عنده دار الدخول وعنده زراعة وكامل ليش
Oh. Back on. I'm sinking, come on. You ever heard cactuses being a source of water? The sap is milky, you do not drink. Milky it is. very scared at the moment. I still have not found my tent. I need my tent. I need it bad. I need it bad. I need to find my... Oh, fuck. Okay. Let's go. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Your passport.
Perfect.
You have a temp.
Oui.
Okay. Your phone number.
Merci.
Okay.
Setting up your tent is very difficult. The key is to throw something through the door. Can't take my eyes off of you. You feel like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. Love has arrived. My love, you're just too to be true. You take my eyes off you. I've just been bitten by a snake. I've tried to suck out the venom, but it's not working. It's not. Come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, God, come on. About water. you, Clara. I need you, baby. This feels good. Like, this feels so good. Like, seriously, this feels pretty good. Pretty good out here tonight. Feels good. Like, just not just good, but like good, you know? Like good. Oh! I'm king of the world! Oh! Ow, ow, ow! Ow! King of the world! Ow, ow, ow! Ow, ow, ow! I'm the richest man in the world! The only one in a 50-mile radius experiencing this. Yeah! So good up here! It feels so good! This is nice! Ow, ow, ow! Ow, ow, ow! Yeah! So good up here! It feels so good! This is nice! Ow, ow, ow! Ow, ow, ow! This feels good. Like, this feels so good. Like, seriously, this feels pretty good. Pretty good out here tonight. Feels good. Like, just not just good, but like good, you know? Like good. Ain't nothing gonna stop me. Oh God. Oh. Oh. Right. So I'm trying to find some food at the moment. Just found a lizard and just ate it. It's getting very close to the midday sun, maybe a few minutes from exactly 12 in the afternoon. I need to stay cool. It's unbelievably hot, even with the wind. So I'm going to use my only viable bodily fluids, which I don't even have much of at the moment. I'm going to just urinate on my shirt. There we go. It's not a lot, but I'm hoping the liquid will draw body heat away from my body much more efficiently than without water. This isn't something I like doing, but situation, with a pit, that's what we'll do it. Right. So I'm trying to find some food at the moment. Just found a lizard and just ate it. It's getting very close to the midday sun, maybe a few minutes from exactly 12 in the afternoon. I need to stay cool. It's unbelievably hot, even with the wind. So I'm going to use my only viable bodily fluids, which I don't even have much of at the moment. I'm going to just urinate on my shirt. Just, there we go. It's not a lot, but I'm hoping the liquid will draw body heat away from my body much more efficiently than without water. Waking up after the first night in the Sahara, out of my tent, and the views are just insane. I can just grab this scabbard beetle, I'm sorry my little friend, but dinner is served.
That's it.
We're somewhere in the Sahara Desert. I'm not so it's getting scary out here, looking for snakes in the dark. I still have not found my tent. Going to have to urinate on my shirt to cool down.
Bon appetit.
Why won't urinate? So I'm running low on water. I can still fix this. In this trip, I did some time as a tourist. At the start of the trip, I did some touristy stuff, and then when my bike broke down, I did some touristy stuff because I had no bike at that point. My bike was broken. Travelled around the country, wanted to see as far as I could, because obviously when you're cycling, you can only really go down. Well, you would only go down one main, like straight line down, as it's the fastest way down. But yeah, I literally love travelling around. Whilst I've never been to Africa before, so whilst I was there, I kind of wanted to see as much of it as I could reasonably get to and still make it. To catch my plane at the end of the, I think, 45 days. And then I did some touristy stuff at the end because I had like a week, about a week spare, maybe a bit less than a week spare. Did some more touristy things. But yeah, this is kind of like my R and R journal. Then yeah, just travel back to where I ended, and then get a bike, and then just continue going. Thank you. So I've got no idea why my voice is so echoey, playing this back. Maybe I don't know. No idea. Don't get it. Don't know enough about editing to figure this one out. So I'll probably leave in my super echoey voice. I'm just in the lounge recording this. Yeah. Sorry about the echo. Dinner in the Sahara. And this is dinner in the Sahara.
no snakes to find tonight.
What's this one? I have to go back, I think. Well, the taxi people didn't tell me it was military. They just took my money.
They pay just the gas one.
Pardon? Pardon?
They tell me if you can pay just the gas one.
Just the gas for it. Yeah.
Only.
They didn't tell me. Yeah, they said I can come here. I paid 800.
How much?
800 dirhams.
800.
Yeah, and they didn't say
شحال ديال المازوت تقدك باش ترجع؟
They didn't say anything
Tell you
about military. Yeah.
300 dirham.
800.
300.
What do we mean 300?
300 dirham. If you want to go.
Or to get back?
Just the gas.
That's not the cost of the gas.
This
Is
is
it?
the
I paid.
last
If I paid 800 to get here,
Hey.
800. Then the gas would have been. The gas wouldn't be 300.
How much have you?
Not much. It's all on my card, on my debit card, bank cards.
You don't have
I've got some money on me.
how much?
Not much. A couple hundred. But I need to keep. I need
much?
a few hundred.
100.
No, quite a few hundred. But I need to like keep it because that's like.
You don't have the bank. The only solution, the taxi. Yeah. You don't have any another solution for it.
Yeah. I don't know why they didn't tell me this was a military now.
I don't know.
Okay, sir. You make your choice.
I guess I've got to go back. No
لا
choice.
درت معاه قلت له داك خونا قال لي خلص ليها غير ليسونس ونردو قال لي 300 درهم هي نخليها باش نردو هذا الراجل عنده غير لاكارت ما عندوش شنو كارت كيشي
هذا كتعيش ما يقدرش منه.
هي سول قولوا عندك شي حاجه اللي كيد
Okay, the driver
Yeah.
will not accept the card.
I've got some money, but they didn't tell me this is a military zone.
they don't know
No one knows. Because no one knows. I mean,
no I don't
I would know if I was. I'd know if there's a military zone. If it's like this, like
No, there's
200
people,
miles everywhere.
People visit this there's many things to see there.
Yeah.
And the driver will not ask you if are going to what are you going to
Yeah.
do.
So there's nothing like a tourist can do. Like,
He catches the money and
is there nothing I can do around? Like, is there nowhere there or there?
No way.
So like people don't come here. Then. So on that map, how far does it leave? How far out of it then come up? So I don't want to go back all the way to Dakhla.
To Dakhla?
I don't want to go to Dakhla. I just want to go like.
Dakhla 267 kilometers.
So on the
From here to Dakhla.
on the map, where can I get out the taxi?
Yeah.
Where can I leave the taxi? Yeah, so far. No, but I wanna go camping somewhere. Where can I go camping?
Okay.
Yeah.
it's impossible to camping
No way to
anywhere.
camp there.
No, but can I camp there then?
No way to camp there. No way.
You can't
Where does the military zone start?
all this
It's forbidden to camp all there. If you want to get a camp, you will go to Dakhla, to reach Dakhla,
Yeah.
and search for places where you are allowed to camp.
Yeah.
Like a club
Yeah.
or something like that. And to camp alone here, it's forbidden to camp anywhere there.
just 20 kilometers from the Dakhla you can find lots of place to camp.
So I can check like there,
Yeah.
like in Millie.
Largo border, largo.
Immediately. Okay. Even if you make scientific research here, you have to get a special authorization
Yeah.
here.
It
To
just,
come
yeah.
alone and search for camping here, it's forbidden.
It was just the national park that threw me off. Obviously, like the national park, Park National. Thought it'd be safe.
National park, you ask for
Yeah.
national park. You go to Dakhla and you ask for national park.
Yeah, I thought you'd just come here then ask someone and then.
So now you have to come back to Dakhla. It's the only way.
I guess.
Okay, you're good.
Yeah.
And we hope you good luck.
Thanks.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's all.
What's the taxi driver? What's the taxi driver?
The taxi driver, you have to pay him.
Yeah.
And to go with your stuff and go to
How much do you have to pay him?
كيحسب 100 درهم ياك؟
لا قال له هو
لا
تخلص لي
ما كيحسب 100 درهم البلاصة.
100 درهم.
They are 130 dirham for one person. So now he will leave. He will take you alone with 300 dirham. Because before he start,
Yeah.
before he go, he have to have a 6 person. 6 person.
Yeah, but I've paid for all 6 people.
If you have,
So I paid-
if you
I
come
paid-
alone, you will
Yeah.
pay 800
Yeah, I paid
dirham.
800, yeah.
Now he will take you for 300 dirham to Dakhla. Okay,
So no way I could get it cheaper. You can ask him if I get it cheaper.
cheaper?
Yeah.
More cheaper than that?
Yeah, because I've just paid all this money to come here.
More cheaper than that?
Yeah. I've just paid 800.
Daniel, your address?
Pardon?
Address.
In England. Or here, I'll go to hotels.
Exact. Donnez-moi.
Pardon?
Your address.
Address. You mean?
When you leave now?
Oh, right now, like in England.
Yes.
Oh yeah. So I write it down.
Your cut.
Can you write this?
Yeah. I'll write it down.
شنو هذه؟ سيتين ولا شي حاجة؟
بحال الا قلتي حي.
سيتين كنقول لهم سيتين.
عاوني.
مايو الحمداوي. مايتستكو.
ملبورن.
إلا مشي ملبورن. تقول المدينة. City. Your city in English.
Yeah.
Your city in England.
I guess.
Tottenham.
Maidstone.
Maidstone.
It's
Maidstone.
town.
Just a little
It's
town.
more of a town, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
كاين هاك اليوم.
كيعيش هذا. كيعيش. انا كنقول لك بلا قال لك الهضره هذه قال لي والله هذه ما
Fini.
300 sanguis.
Oui.
300 sanguis.
Perfect. Merci.
Non, ici, reste ici. Non, ici.
Sit down.
Oui. No, see, it's hot in there. It's hot.
It's hot.
Yeah, it's just like compacting it in.
You can sit down.
Yeah.
If you want.
Yeah, I guess so.
Qu'est-ce que tu as?
J'étais à... attends.
Problème de diarrhée? Hein?
Problem.
Problème qui concerne à quoi?
Just...
Diarrhée, diarrhée.
oui. Oui, just... oui.
ها
كان خارج اسمع يتقاربوا مع الانجليزيه كيفاش المجمل ما يقولوا لها يقولوا هذا استوماك يعرفوها بالانجليزيه يقولوا ما
Tone. The...
ما اقدر اقول شيء خليه يقطع قولوا له يقطع قولوا له يقطع قولوا له يقطع كنت تقول لكم بعد ليش قلت لكم ما ما يحرقش
Sand is generally too soft to take off the head, so a bit of wood goes a long way. There we go, and into the mouth. There we go. And going into the mouth. Hi, I'm Daniel. I'm 23 and I'm from Kent, England, and I'm a sales consultant. So in the summer of 2015, I cycled across the Sahara Desert and into the African Sahel. Started in Morocco and ending in Senegal. The best moments were mostly in my sleep, to be honest. You'd find yourself just begging for more time in the dream, but my dreams would just taunt me near the end of the night, because as you would forget you're in the desert and because you're in the dream, and there's some element would remind you of that you're actually dreaming and you are in the desert, and then you wake up, and that was quite demoralising, I think. But whilst awake, my favourite moment was without doubt standing on this like rocky, slaty dune kind of area. It was like near the border of Mauritania, and I would climb up there. It was during just after sunset, in the last moments of sunset, just after the vanilla sky had passed and the sky was looking a bit magenta purple. So I climbed up there, and all I could see for miles and miles was just more dunes in every direction, more like mini rock. It was mini rock dune, more miles of mini, I don't know, there were just more miles of rock and sand dunes. And that was just awe-inspiring. It was like standing inside like a Picasso painting. It's just like you were standing there, time was frozen for just a moment, for a few minutes, and you just look around and just think, wow, the level of detail was insane. And it was a very special moment without doubt. That's when I shouted, "I'm king of the world." Like, that phrase you can only say when you are truly feeling it in your heart. If you don't feel it in your heart, all that will come out is a whimper. Other than that, there are obviously some great moments cycling with the wind behind me, and like cycling over like rock. You always gotta you gotta be responsive when cycling over rock compared to a road. I avoided cycling over roads because I prefer to cycle over like rocks, because you have to be more responsive and you have to be assertive. You have to like find the fastest route because you want to avoid any patches of sand which will slow you down, and stick to the rock which is faster. And whilst I was cycling, I would just listen to as much music as I could. Tears for Fears, Simple Minds, Radiohead, just the normal stuff. Okay, so my worst moments were without doubt cycling into the wind for I think 2 days on end. It took me 2 days just to cover about 40 kilometers, which is very slow, very demoralizing as well. I was ill for quite a few days in the Sahara as well. It was tough. Even in the shade in Mauritania, being in the shade was no help at all, because the wind would just blow the warm air into your tent like a fan oven. It was unbelievably hot. It was absolute hell. I had many troubles with my bikes as well. I had 2 bikes in total. The first one was a road bike. The second one was more of a mountain bike. The first one kept getting punctures, so I dashed that bike away pretty quickly. On both my bikes, my pedals would just seem to break. I don't know why, but they were just weak at that point. Maybe because they were second hand, they were probably overused. And after buying the bike, it took maybe a day or 2 days for the pedals to break on each one. But you also have to drink urine to stay hydrated. It's not like a great survival technique, but you got to do what you have to do to keep going. Maybe it helps more mentally, just to have a bit of liquid inside you, even though it's very salty. Though it is sterile to drink, as long as you drink it reasonably quickly after it left your body. The biggest challenge was definitely finding food and liquid intake when there was just none around. When there were no villages in sight, or if I hadn't seen a village in a while, then I had no hope to purchase any food. So what I had to do basically, I had to risk catching parasites by eating raw lizards, which meant I could use their blood to hydrate me in part as well. Lizards are like fish because they're cold-blooded, which means they have much less of the bacteria present in warm-blooded animals, like mammals essentially. So I had to do that. That is a tip I saw from watching a Bear Grylls video maybe a day or 2 before I actually embarked on my adventure. Also, I spent about 6 months preparing and training for this adventure. I was watching Bear Grylls videos, Ray Mears videos, watching all kinds of survival TV shows on Netflix, like the Man and the Wife one, or there's a two-man survival show as well. I would also study maps, and I'd always cycle uphill so I could build up my legs in a short amount of time, because before this adventure I hadn't cycled since I was a kid, maybe when I was 12. That's literally not having been on a bike at all for like about 10 years or so. I had to build up my legs to as strong as I could. I could study maps and do as much research about the Sahara until I was blue in the face, but you can only take you so far until you realise there is absolutely nothing to do but to actually do it. I also became very sick in the Sahara for about 5 days. I woke up near naked, like in the desert at some point, because I just couldn't get into my tent, and I was so hot. I was like sweating, but also cold at the same time. It was not nice. My stomach was in turns. I was throwing up out of both ends. I was throwing up at both ends. The military police found me by like the side of like a track or a road, and they had to take me to the medics because I was not feeling good, and So I did spend quite I did spend quite a bit of time looking for snakes, but one of the times when I wasn't looking for snakes, I actually ended up getting bitten by a snake. So I had to think quickly. So what I did, I took out my Stanley knife. I had to cut 2 small X's into the bite, punctures, and try to suck the venom out. It was a rusty Stanley knife as well, which wasn't good because it's more likely to give you an infection from outside. I spent some time looking for snakes, but I spent quite a bit of time looking for snakes as I wanted to see snakes. I've seen snakes before in the Alps. I think 2 snakes in the Alps I've seen next to rivers. I think they're possibly water snakes. Okay, I spent some time looking for snakes in the Sahara Desert. I've seen snakes before, like in the Alps. There were a couple of snakes near rivers on the banks, and I thought, hey, it's the Sahara Desert, I want to see plenty of snakes as well. So I was looking for some. Then in a time when I wasn't even looking for any, I was actually bitten by one. So I had to think as quick as I could. My adrenaline was racing, and I had to cut 2 small X's into the puncture marks so I could try to suck the venom out using my mouth. I was using a rusty Stanley knife, which I'd use to kill lizards, I'd use to cut food open. It was rusty, it wasn't stainless steel, it brought a high risk of me catching an infection, but luckily I did not catch an infection from it, which I'm obviously happy about. The advice of cutting into your X's into your leg when you've been bitten by a snake, I knew it was outdated before I even tried to do it, because I'd read it online. They used to do it in cowboy movies, and it's been ruled by the medical profession as not advisable, because you could end up doing more damage to yourself than the snake bite had already done. But there was no help. There could have been no help for miles and miles and miles and miles. If I did nothing, I just could not do nothing at all. I had to at least try, even if there's only a 10% chance of it working. I had to do something. But obviously it was a dry bite, but you don't know at the time. Basically, a snake doesn't always inject venom into your skin. I think it might be 70-30 or 60-40% chance of sticking venom into your skin, because obviously I'm a large mammal. The snake is not going to waste venom on a mammal it cannot wrap its mouth around. It was very uncomfortable putting the dirty blade into my flesh. It was like performing like kind of surgery on yourself, in a sense. You're slowly putting, it's weird, it's like there's a disconnect between your mind and your body, where you're putting it in and you're just rooting around, and it's so uncomfortable, and you're doing it slowly, because you can cut yourself accidentally a lot deeper, but because I was doing it slowly and methodically, it felt very uncomfortable, really painful. Like I was just digging around. It was not nice. It was kind of like a case of the remedy feeling worse than the ailment. But it was obviously a venomous bite snake, because it had 2 puncture marks, not like a whole group of teeth. It was just 2, which means it has fangs, which means it's venomous. If the snake, I don't know if the snake injected any venom, or maybe none at all, then the snake either injected no venom or barely any at all, or we would likely be having a much different conversation, if any at all. But you never know what happens. I never knew what kind of bite it could have been at the time, so you know, happy to be here. I was kicked out of a couple of military zones, because basically the Sahara Desert is just littered with disputed borders. On the left hand side you've got Morocco claiming the territory, and the right hand side you've got Algeria. So if you go too far east, you're going to hit the disputed border, and the military will be there, and you'll get in a bit of trouble. They were actually really nice about it though. They weren't like, they didn't pull guns or anything on me. They had guns, but they didn't pull them. The military were actually very nice. They all had guns, but never at one point were they ever pointed at me. Never at one point did I feel threatened. They actually gave me food and water as well, so they were very nice, so no complaints there really. But when you're in your 20s and you're an adult cycling across the world's largest hot desert, when people in their 40s tell you can't do something, it makes you feel like a school kid again, because they told me I couldn't go that far east into the desert and I had to go back. I've been on adventures before. Back in 2014 in the summer, I walked to the Swiss Alps. I'd spent some time surviving on a mountain, eating slugs, ants and leaves, whilst battling against hypothermia, as I was soaked and cold for days because I just had a sleeping bag and no tent with me. Also to know, when I was walking to the Alps, if a stranger offered me a lift, I would never turn it down. The lifts are actually very helpful as well. They would give me, especially if I spoke English, they could tell me where I should go to or take me to the nearest supermarket. It helped massively. Okay, so there's a big contrast in terms of the Sahara Desert adventure and living at home, living a normal life. There's a big contrast in location and environment. Obviously the freedom is the greatest aspect, as you wake up in the desert when your body wants to wake up, and you sleep when your body wants to sleep. Time keeps moving, but in a way it's a standstill, because all you have is time out there. Your body rhythm just changes to the natural rhythm of the earth, light and dark. You know, seconds didn't matter, hours didn't matter. All that mattered was light and dark, light and dark, light and dark, hot and cold, hot and cold, hot and cold. It's a much bigger challenge than in my normal life, but it's similar in the sense that you're trying to achieve a goal, except when you're in the Sahara Desert cycling across it, your goal is just more singular and focused on one task, which just continues. And obviously there's not a lot of human interaction, so yeah, it's a bigger challenge than in my normal life, but it's similar in the sense that you're just trying to get things done to achieve goals, except in the Sahara Desert, when you're cycling across it, your aims are just more singular and focused and just direct in one thing. You don't have like several aims at the same time. You just go for one aim, cycle across the desert. I also killed when I was very desperate for food as well, I also killed this large lizard. I did that using, I can't remember the guy's name, but there was a method for killing snakes in which I read about, which I believe there's a method about killing snakes which I read about, which I believe Mario Prosperi, the Italian former policeman who ran in the Sahara Desert Marathon, when he got lost in the desert for about 15 days or so, he would kill snakes by picking up rocks and just throwing rocks on them until they were like knocked out and like killed unconscious. So I used that method to throw like mid-sized rocks at this lizard, and I managed to get it after a few goes. That was the biggest thing I'd killed, and that's what I most needed. I only ever killed creatures and ate them when I had to. If I didn't have to, I wouldn't bother, because you risked becoming ill from it. As well, in the Sahara Desert, you only depend on yourself as well. Either you're in control or nature is control. There's no other outside influences. Yeah. At first, when I first started the adventure, I thought I was going to be, cycling in unison with nature. I thought me and nature would just become one. But it became, in the first few days, it felt like I was battling against nature. That's what it felt. It felt like the Sahara Desert was trying to kill me. It was hot, I was tired, I was exhausted, I was hungry, I was thirsty, and it was battling against me. But after a while, I got into a rhythm and I became one with the Sahara Desert. I knew when to cycle best, I knew how to cycle best, I knew how to use the wind to my advantage. It was more perfect in that case. My next adventure will be surviving on a desert island. We already have a group but are looking for more people to join. So if you're interested, whether you're male, female, old or young, or different nationalities, please contact me. My website is called... what's my website called? Okay, my next adventure will be surviving on a desert island. We already have a group, but we are looking for a few more people. So if you're interested, whether you're male, female, old or young, or different nationalities, please contact me. My website is www.adventurevoidcollective.com. My website is www.wordpress.adventurevoidcollective.com. My website is www.adventurevoidcollective.wordpress.com. My email is also Daniel Ofili, spelled OFILI 92 @gmail.co.uk. My email is Daniel Ofili, spelled OFILI @gmail.com. So I made a short video trailer of some clips cycling across the Sahara Desert and into the Sahel. It was 36 days in the desert in total. Nothing went to plan. At times you feel on top of the world, and other times you look forward only to sleep. The heat was intense, the dehydration was worse. I ate caught lizards raw so their fresh blood would hydrate me. Became very sick for 5 days. Woke up near naked in the desert. Got kicked out from 2 military zones. Avoided poison fruit. Had difficulty finding a snake until one bit me, so I had to cut into my skin with a rusty Stanley knife to suck the venom out. So in all, I cycled 1,800 kilometers. So in all, I cycled 1,800 kilometers, included when my pedals broke off. I had to cycle 386 kilometers with just one pedal. To understand the scale of that, that's a bit further than the distance between London and Brussels to the nearest mechanic. So putting a dirty blade into your flesh was uncomfortable. Eating a lizard you crushed to death by chucking heavy rocks on it the night before was not good. And eating a lizard you crushed to death by chucking heavy rocks on it the night before is not niche. The mind plays tricks on you when you're dehydrated. The first casualty is always rationality. In all, I lost maybe 15 to 17% of my body weight out there. It's about 15 kilograms I lost. So that was quite a bit. For example, when the military police took me to the hospital, I made up the distance back easily, as when the wind was on your side, cycling was easy, but absolute hell when it wasn't. In all, it was alien and horrible in parts, but it was alien and horrible in parts, and mean and cruel, but it was the time of my life. I was euphoric. Okay, you know why I do this? Okay, some reasons why I do these adventures. You know, we don't have a permanent place in the universe. You know, every day is the oldest you'll ever be, and your life is going to be bookended with just paper thin walls between this life and the next. You know, you don't know when you're going to die, but you know when it does. You don't know how or when or why you're going to die, but you know when it does, it's going to happen in your present. You know, I do these trips because I want to get to the end of my life, and I want to say, hell, I'm dying, but I'm sure as hell lived. You know, I want to at least say I was there. You know, you want to do something cool. We don't sign off and remember anything. So when it's you know, you just want to do something cool in your life, something unique, something special, something that makes you feel like you're doing something important. You know, when your life ends, you don't remember any of it, so it's only important that you felt it. Like, nobody's going to remember who you are when your life ends. You know, you want to do something cool. You know, when your life ends, Nobody's going to remember who you are, and you won't remember it either. So it's only important that you felt it, that you felt the feelings that you felt, because they actually existed for you. You know, the world population is 7 billion, and the world's population is about 7 billion now, and there's an innate desire to not be the same as everyone else. Everyone feels it, you know. You don't want to be just a number, you want to be counted differently, but in that desire we all become the same, but actually acting on it makes us different. You know, I do love travelling, and I could do normal travelling. Like I could go to Thailand, do the normal filming parties and that. But you know, a tourist is someone who flies across the ocean into another continent in 6 hours, only to take a photograph next to the plane. You know, I want to seek security and not opportunity. Yeah, I want to seek opportunity and not security. You know, we're all prisoners to our own period in time. Like we can't, obviously, we're all. The way one guy said, you know, we are all prisoners to our period in time. You know, we can't go back to the creators. We can't. We're all. Do I say it? We're all prisoners to our period in time. We can't go back to the creators period. We can't go back to the Victorian era. We can't go back to World War I, World War II. We can't go really forward. So like we currently in modern society, it's just the Sahara Desert is a timeless place. It looks the same as it did, you know, kind of 100,000 years ago, and it will look the same as it will in another 100,000 years, most likely. You know, it's devoid of modern society. But I do love modern society. It's the best. It's the best time to live. Of all the times to have ever lived, from the beginning of the universe to now is without doubt the best time, the most bountiful, you know, the most safe, the most secure, the best healthcare. Yeah, it's nice to see another world. Like being in the Sahara Desert was just like walking on Mars. It was unreal. Like walking on an alien planet. It was good. You know, the whole trip, it hurt. It definitely hurt. But it's like living in a movie in a way when you go to the Sahara Desert. It's just so scenic. But yeah, the whole journey definitely hurt. But it was a journey of 1,200 miles. But you know, it starts at your feet, but it also ends there. So I already knew what the distance was going to be. But yeah, the Sahara Desert, I knew it was going to hurt, and it did hurt. But you know, the closest to perfection, you know, the Sahara Desert hurt, but the closest to perfection, or the closest to perfection you can get from life. It hurts, don't? Okay, so Sahara Desert, you're dehydrated, you're lost, you're hungry. You know, it hurts, don't it? But the closest to perfection in life is feeling alive, and any more than that, you're being greedy. You know, today cell phones. You know, today's cell phones have more technology inside them than the technology NASA had when they put a man on the moon in 1969. And whilst all being 1,000,000 times smaller, yet we just waste our time doing the same things as everyone else. We don't have enough ambition. We don't push our boundaries enough. You know, this is a new experience. In Jones's Her, in Spike's Her, Lee says that I felt everything I'm ever going to feel, and whatever experience I have after this experience, from this on out, will just be lesser feelings I've already felt. You know, just do something different. You know, you also get a large adrenaline kick out of, you know, doing the Sahara Desert, you know, being hot, especially in Senegal when it was so humid, you sweat and your body stays wet, and it feels so much worse than in the Sahara at many points as well. But like the adrenaline you get is off the charts. But the problem with adrenaline is that you always need more. You know. So to end this little video interview, I'm gonna leave you this. So to end this video interview, I'm gonna end it with this. You know, we've all got to live our lives some. So I'm going to end this video interview now. It's been about half an hour. So I'm just going to say, we've all got to live our lives somehow, right? I'm going to finish this video interview, end it like this. We've all got to live our lives somehow. This is how I live mine. How do you live yours?